Hello. Test. Is it too hot? I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. Where am I? There I am. Howdy. So, Tuesday. Left off feeling disillusioned with learning React. And instead of figuring out how to do what I want to do with React, I'm just going to do what I want to do with Phoenix, because I like Elixir. And there's a thing called Phoenix that people like, so I'm going to do that. So... kaboom. Alright. So here I am. I've gone through, in part, some of this. Learning about routing and whatnot. Well, let's go back. Let me review what I've learned so far. So, Phoenix is a web framework. You install it. I set up a Postgres database for it. What else? Let's see. Is there a way for me to check the sound of the stream? I suppose there is, but I'm not gonna bother. I think it's good. This is okay. Based on the levels that I see here. Okay. So I set up a Postgres database. Pretty typical. iNotify already had. So then I created a new Phoenix project called Hello, and it gives you, if you follow the instructions, you go mix this one .server, And then you can hit up localhost 4000. And this is the sample thing. And then it also had me create a hello page. The way that works, well, that was with the routing tutorial, so we'll get there in a sec. You get this page, and then there's a bunch of directories. The most important one is this lib directory that has our basic project stuff in it. Including Hello Web, which has all the actual web framework stuff. Everything else I think is like model. This is model type information. This is actual view and controller information. And yeah, there's a bunch of info about it here. And then I haven't gotten into components just yet, but there's a bunch of stuff. Router is important. I think if you've done Ruby on Rails, this structure might be kind of familiar, because they also have like a router file that defines the routes in the application. Let me open that up. So what's the path to it? elib, well, enew. Hello web router. Why is it over here? Why is it tiny? All right. So there's a bunch of stuff here. These plugs are described down here. We won't worry about them right now, but basically this describes how a request gets processed, but then it ends up going to one of these, right? So I'm hitting the root endpoint, well, using this module, we'll pipe it through this browser stuff, but then to actually route it to a particular controller, you do this, like for a GET request, you know, to the root, go to the page controller, and then invoke the what's it? Page HTML. No, page controller. Go to the page controller and then basically says invoke the home function as a what are these called? Atoms. Call that, and then this will call render on it. So then use the home file for the renderer associated with page controller, and it uses the prefix of it, so page HTML is what it uses, and then this defers to the directory page HTML, and it's looking for home, right? So this says go to page controller called home. This says render the thing called home, and it looks for home under page control or page HTML, which defers to the directory to look for something called home. Make sense? Clear as mud. Okay. So it's a little bit complicated, kind of annoying, but that is the nature of web frameworks. That is just the way they are. Yeah. So then this starts describing the routes. So I talked about this. we haven't talked about this yet, but basically, adding a new root, you specify the controller to use and the function of it to invoke. I think they call this an action. Yeah, index action of the currently non-existent hello controller. So you create hello controller. That's what we have here. Controllers. So we create hello controller. Hello controller says, you know, we defer to index on it. And then that calls render on something called index that it assumes is hello HTML index that it pulls in from here. Right? And then back in hello controller, there's also a show that defers to show from here. But show is its own file that knows how to interpolate strings. I think that's as far. But it also shows you can just do from here you can define. You could define show. Does it take a con and the assigns? It takes an assigns. Yeah, like this. Ending it with the do and then just return, or is it tilde h to define this as a template that just returns hello. Now there should be a conflict here. I should not be happy about this, but hello. And then this is supposed to say who it's from, so it's from Jose. Okay, so it just skips over. It finds the first one, I guess. It doesn't complain. Okay. So, now that we have that, start to understand how the request lifecycle is put together. All HTTP requests start in application endpoint. You can find Hello Web endpoint in endpoint.ex. I gotta get rid of deps here, so how do I... actually call get init here. Get add hello get ignore. And then I think I can do projectile clear known projects. No, not that. Clean up known projects? I don't know what that does. Oh. So, not that. There should be a way to... like, destroy the cache. Invalidate cache. There's a... oh, hang on. There's a shortcut for it. PI to invalidate cache. So now if I try to do this, endpoint.ex, yeah. Then it'll pull in the git ignore and know not to look for the dependencies or any duplicated stuff. So, now we're in here. I think this is where everything kind of starts, according to these docs here. Each one has a specific responsibility. This is our router. So, router.ex. That's the last step. Each layer serves a distinct purpose. Endpoint contains the common and initial path that all requests go through. If you want something to happen on all requests, it goes to endpoint. Router, responsible for dispatching to controllers. Allows us to scope functionality. May require user authentication, so may not. Controller. The job of the controller. Wait, where does that appear? Each layer. Okay, so this is one layer. The router stuff we did up here is another layer. Then the controller stuff is another layer. View. Views are often named after the content format they are rendering. Okay. We add another page. And then we use this special syntax. And that becomes a parameter. Yeah, we define the show function. Handy little how it looks or works situation. Need a new template. We do that with heeks. I don't know if that's how you say that, but that's how I'm gonna say it. Heeks. So this is an extension for HTML. So you want to use the curly braces, not these unless you have to. So there's our, yep. So hello world from Jose. Play around a bit. And then we talk about plug. Plug lives at the heart of Phoenix HTTP layer. And it puts plug front and center. Interact with plug at every step of the request lifecycle. And the core Phoenix components like endpoints, routers, and controllers are all just plugs internally. What makes plug so special? Well, tell me what it's for first. It's a specification for composable modules in between web applications, also an abstraction layer for connection adapters of different web servers. Plug is for unifying the concept of a connection that we operate on. Okay. Two flavors, function plugs and module plugs. In order to act as a plug, a function needs to accept a connection struct and connection options as a second thing. And then it needs to return a connection struct. Okay. So this prints some stuff from the connection and then returns the connection. Okay. So I guess it is allowed to manipulate a connection. Okay, okay. Okay, Let's see this function in action by adding it to our endpoints. We can plug it anywhere. Alright, so open up endpoint. Endpoint. Where is this going? Just near the end. Plug. Introspect. Oh, right before router. And then we define introspect. So give it a con, optional ops. And IO puts. Verb. Inspect con method. Post. Headers. And then return the connection. Function plugs are plugged by passing the function name as an atom. Yep, it's here. To try the plug out, fetch the root. You should see something printed on the shell, so let me do this. Here's the shell. Go back to the root. Debug. Processing with this. Parameters. Empty. Pipelines. Browser. Where's... I mean... I don't see verb, host, and headers. Did we do something wrong? Oh, there it is. Weird. Maybe we just hadn't saved? I'm not sure. But there it is. So, verb is get, host is localhost, and here's all the headers. Okay, so that's cool. There's like a... Each one of these, you just... It takes something, potentially modifies it, returns. Returns what it is. Nice. Nice functional approach to manipulating stuff. Then there's module plugs. They're another type of plug. Let us define a connection transformation in a module. It just needs init and call. Okay. Let's write a module plug that puts the locale key and value into the connection for downstream use. Yeah, let's make a hello web plugs directory with locale.ex file, and then we'll def this module locale, import this, and then define a few locales. English, French, German. I think that's what DE is for default. So for init, we just return default. We're not doing any actual initialization. But then we accept these params. Whoa. There's too much stuff there. So what is this doing? When loc in locales do assign locale the location, and then do an do an overload where we give it the default. And now we got to break this down to grab from the params take the connection, grab the params element in the struct, and then grab this. Is that what that is? Oh, no, because this is like a dictionary of strings to something. The string is locale. So then map that to the loc value, and then match it. Oh, it's wrapping for me. Okay. If we know that that is in here, then do this. Otherwise, do the default. So then we add this to... we plug it into our router. Okay. Oh, so because these can go anywhere. Okay. Okay. So where do we want to put it? At the end? Plug. Hello web dot plugs dot locale. Initialize it with en. Or pass en at runtime? What is default? Oh, I see. The default is... maybe it's passed in every time, because we're not storing this. So it must be passed in every time. The init callback, we pass a default locale to use if none is present in the params. Is that what this does? Yeah, assign is part of the plug con. Okay. So back in the home, is that right? Page HTML home. Is there an H1 tag? There it is. there's only one H1, so P locale at locale. Like that. Compile error. What's the matter with you? Oh, I've double paragraphed. Yeah, locale en. So then if I do query parameter locale France, locale en, locale Deutschland, locale Spain, still uses en, locale boop. It defaults back to that. Okay. I'm confused about something though. How is... Where's the... What is def... So... Back in this, when we call this, where does en go? Right? Does that get sent on every... Does it get passed into init? And then does it get passed into every call as well? Right? Because we got this plug thing that then has this init function that doesn't actually do anything. I don't think this is how you define... Like, you're not defining a member here. This is a parameter. So, it's just returning what you gave it, kind of ineffectually. Or is this just how it... Like, you can provide it a default value that you could then transform, that then gets passed to call as a different form? Right? So like if I gave it en, but really my default, I want it to be en US. If you just say en, I'll return en US. Then do these get en US? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't say. Initializes any arguments or options to be passed. Yeah, so I think that's what it does. I think you take what you give here, that goes into a init, potentially being transformed, and then what that returns gets passed as default to the others. Yeah, because this isn't really default, it's ops. Okay. Let's see. Where to plug? Endpoint router and controllers accept plugs. Endpoints organize all the plugs common to every request. So there's a bunch of default ones. Static serves any static assets. Requests for static assets are now logged. So this will be anything like images, JSON file or JavaScript files, any JSON data. Okay, request logger sets up logger for the live dashboard. I'm not sure what that is, the live dashboard. Have not looked at it. Is there a way to access it from here? I don't know. Unclear. Request ID. Generates a unique request ID for every request. Telemetry adds instrumentation so Phoenix can log the request path, status code, and request time by default. Let's take a look. Sure. Parsers. Okay. Parse the request method to put patch delete or post for requests with a valid method parameter. Plug head converts heads to gets. Okay. And session. Okay. In the middle of the endpoint, there's also a conditional block. So back to endpoint. This if code reloading thing. Executed in development. If you change a CSS file, update it in browser without refreshing the page. Pretty cool. Code reloading. Things change with the code. Checking repo status. I guess that means database, not actually repo. Router plugs. We can declare plugs inside pipelines. We did that, yeah. Inside scopes. Routes are defined inside scopes. And scopes may pipe through multiple pipelines. Once a route matches, Phoenix invokes all plugs defined in all pipelines associated to that route. As we will see in the routing guide, the pipelines themselves are plugs. Pipelines are themselves plugs. Okay. There we will also discuss all plugs in the browser pipeline. Okay, cool. Controller plugs. Finally, controllers are plugs too. So we can do this. Okay, controller plugs provide a feature that allows us to execute plugs only within certain actions. Cool. I'm not seeing ways this would be useful yet. Like, it looks flexible, so I'm sure something. Let's see. Plugs as composition. By abiding the plug contract, we turn an application request into a series of transformations. Let's imagine a scenario where we need to check a series of conditions and then either redirect or halt if a condition fails. Without plug, we'd end up with something like this. Okay. So some kind of show page that needs authentication. And if we do not find the user, we got an error. And then if we do, then we got to look for the message and then match on whether we found the message and redirect. Then if we did, then if you have permission to view the message, show you the message, otherwise show you the error. Okay. Right, so instead of doing that, we have an authentication plug, a fetch message plug, and an authorize message plug. And these are function plugs. Yeah. So then this applies to every request into this controller. Plug, plug, plug. And then what the heck is def p? Private? Okay. Makes sense. Oh, no. Back. Browser. Yeah, so then show just worries about rendering this page. Meanwhile, the plugs worry about, are you authenticated? Did you get the message? Did you authorize? Are you authorized to look at this message? I thought... Maybe they do, maybe... So I thought that you had to return the connection from these guys, but maybe that's exactly like halt does that. there's no halt 0 function. Am I a silly goose? Where's... Oh, well, it definitely doesn't take 0. It would take 1 because there's a pipe, so halt 1. Bang. Yeah, it returns T. Okay. So I assume so does a sign. And here we've just got... Okay. Yeah. Okay. To make this all work, converted the nested blocks of code and used halt con whenever we reached the failure path. It tells plug, do not invoke the next plug. At the end of the day, by replacing the nested blocks of code with a flattened series of plug transformations, we're able to achieve the same functionality in a composable, clear, reusable way. There's a whole plug project. Crazy. Alright. Routing. Well, before I go into that, let me write down what I'm trying to do. So, what do we got here? We'll figure that bit out. But basically, yeah, we need... This is too vague, so let's start again. To do. Develop, so we need a test data generator, server to store test data, and then web view of test data. Set up server to store test to receive test data. So this is a dummy client that periodically sends Compost data to the server. This is the backend to receive and store the test data. I guess it doesn't need to know that it's test data. And then start with a table. Graduate to graphs. In a database. So I think we'll do this slightly different order. So tabular view of test data. to do graph view of test data. So we'll work on this. Right now I'm just learning how Elixir works generally. Got a few things. A few more things to do. Hopefully it'll get through the model port. I think this is where we'll get to the model portion, this ecto thing. Our routers are the main hubs of Phoenix applications. We match HTTP requests to controller actions, wire up real-time channel handlers. Don't know what those are yet. And define a series of pipeline transformations scoped to a set of routes. The router file that Phoenix generates will look something like this. Yep. We can clean ours up to match if that matters. I don't think it does right now. Go to this locale thing. Actually, an endpoint as well. Don't need to introspect. It's just this LSP UI thing. Takes a moment. So back in the router. Oh, actually, let's get rid of the locale. I don't think we need it. So there's that. Oh, but in the page, there's the big locale bit we did there. That can go away. And everything's still good. Hello. Is I, Jos. Okay. Yeah. Both the router and controller module names will be prefixed with the name you gave your application, suffixed with web. Yeah, and then directory as well. The first line simply makes Phoenix router functions available in your particular router. So things like pipeline and plug and scope. Scopes have their own section in this guide, so we won't spend time on that block. The pipe through browser line will get a full treatment in pipelines. For now, you only need to know that pipelines allow a set of plugs to be applied to different sets of routes. Okay, that makes sense. Is there already an API thing in my router? Yep. Inside the scope, we have our first actual route. Get page controller home. Well, let's get rid of hello then. Delete, delete, delete. Yep, killer buffers, yes. Yes, and yes. Back in the browser, we can go here, but then we can go to Nowhere Land. It's looking for a router. Cool. Get is a macro. Corresponds to the HTTP verb. Relies heavily on macros. Why is that? We use get, post, put, and delete to define your routes. Macros are used for two purposes. They define the routing engine used on every request to choose which controller to dispatch the request to. Thanks to macros, Phoenix compiles all of your routes to a huge case statement with pattern matching rules, heavily optimized by the Erlang virtual machine. For each route you define, we also define metadata to implement verified routes. I don't know what that is. Verified routes, as we will soon learn, allow us to reference any route as if it were a plain-looking string, except that it is verified by the compiler to be valid. Okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, so I think it's that although this looks like a string, it is actually compiled into something the browser, or that the code knows about at compile time. And it's checkable at compile time. In other words, the router relies on macros to build applications that are faster and safer. Remember that macros in Elixir are compile time only, which gives plenty of stability after the code is compiled. Phoenix also provides introspection for all defined routes via mix Phoenix routes. Prints all routes for the default or a given router. Can also locate the controller function behind the specified URL. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's try it. Maybe we're jumping the gun. cd hello mix. What is swoosh? Yeah, so that's the only one we got there. No, we did only slightly ahead of myself with this. Any get request be handled by the home action of the page controller. Router supports macros besides HTTP. Most important is resources. Let's add one. Okay, so bring up the code. Let's shrink you to the conventional size. Is that, I think? I don't know. Scope, hello web. Pipe through the browser. On a get request to the root. Resources. Users. user controller. Now, what does that do? Now, we can run the mix Phoenix routes here. Okay, so it auto-magically creates a bunch of stuff. Where a user is they call it a resource. So it has all the credibility. This was known as RESTful routes, but most consider this a misnomer nowadays. Well, yeah. Right, like, well, the REST part of it is... like each individual thing, right? They don't go into why it's not actually RESTful. Get request indicate. Okay, so yeah, so this prints out kind of what we see like here. Almost exactly. Just expanded from this. Caught myself grooving. Hang on. Adding to playlist. Illusion by Evil Needle. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So, index action, show all the users, edit a particular user with the given ID, create a new user, show a particular user, post users. Oh, okay. So this is the form to create a new user. This is the endpoint to actually do creating a new user. Patch and put both update a given user, and delete. Okay, let's say we have a read-only posts resource. We could define it like this. Okay, so this is probably what I want to do with my data, because you can't really edit it on the web interface. At least you're not meant to. If we have a comments resource and we don't want to provide a route to delete one, we can define a route like this. Yeah, so only index and show. No editing. Okay. No deleting allowed. Okay. Yeah, you got everything except delete. As it implies. Additional options for customizing. Defines a restful... Yeah, what does that mean? Explain. Explain. Given this. Includes a bunch of stuff. Options. Only. A list of actions. Generate roots for. Accept. Yep. Param. The name of the parameter for this resource defaults to ID. Okay, so you can change that little bit in there. Okay. The prefix for this resource used for the named helper and as the prefix for the parameter in nested resources. The default value is automatically derived from the controller name. User controller will have user. What exactly does that mean? I do not know. Used for the named helper and as the prefix for the parameter in nested resources. Well, it doesn't appear here. There's also single, oh, well, there's as. Configures the named helper. Has no effects when using verified routes exclusively. Don't know how to do that. I also don't know what the helper looks like. And singleton. When a resource needs to be looked up without referencing an ID, because there's only a single entry. So for example, you can show the one account, okay? Okay, here we go. This macro also supports passing a nested block of root definitions. Route? What have I been saying? I've been saying route, I think. This is helpful for nesting children resources within their parents to generate nested resources. So you can do this. Okay, but then where does the name thing come in? Right? Oh, it's here. I see. Okay. Okay. So then if there was nested comments as well, you would do add a block here, do resources / comments, comma, comment controller, and then that would mean that this would become post ID, based on that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm super peaking here. Because I'm using a compressor, but is it tuned? Does it have too much oomph? Is my concern. Anyway, yeah, so that's cool. Okay, we've learned a bit. Verified routes. I'm going to try to keep saying routes, because I think calling it a router is bad and British. Verified routes module provides compile time checks of router paths against your router using the P sigil. Let's see it in action. Okie dokie. Run. Can I? There it is. Can I pull this out? Yeah, I can. Okay. And then can I... Haha! Alright. So that's still running here. In the background. Boop. Boop. Oh, wrong one. Verified routes. Okay. Provides compile time checks against your router by using the squiggly P sigil. You can write paths in controllers, tests, and templates, and the compiler will make sure those actually match routes defined in your router. So... Alright, let's just follow along. IES mix. Sure. Warning about that. Sure. Let's paste that whole thing in here. What do we got? Alright, example. Use Hello Web verified routes, which I think our other code does not do. Is that different from... It's not a router. It just uses verified routes. Okay. So now we've def this, and we've got a couple of arbitrary strings here. Okay, so doing this gives us access to this sigil. The first route to an existing route gives no warnings, but we didn't... What? We didn't create... Oh, I guess it expected me to do this. Resources, comments, comment controller, accept, delete, and then do resources posts post controller. Only the index and show actions from that. So now, if I try to do, oh boy, does this redefine it? If I do, yeah, that's fine. No route matches comments. It should. I just made it. Whoops. Whoop. Let's do it again. Okay. There we go. Notice this is fine, but this is not. Phoenix projects are set up out of the box to allow use of verified routes throughout your web layer, including tests. For example, in templates you can render ~p links, or in a controller issue a redirect using ~p for route paths ensures our application paths and URLs stay up to date with the router definitions. The compiler catches bugs for us. Cool. More on verified routes. What about paths with query strings? You can either add query string key values directly or provide a dictionary of key value pairs. This is the directly, which will evaluate to this. This is a dictionary. Key value pairs. What if we need a full URL? And where the P is available, you can call URL. Neat. Cool. We already saw this. But we didn't look at the new routes. I see. So this isn't always used here. It's only used. Alright. Fair enough. Although I've restricted it to only those things, but don't necessarily want that. So try it again. Recompile, and now we got all the stuff. Okay. We'll need to interpolate IDs in the route definition. Show route 42. Heh. Is it? Does this just mean? Yeah, whenever we're trying to get a thing from here, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Verified routes also support Phoenix Param, but we don't need to concern ourselves with Elixir protocols just yet. Once we start building the application with structs like user and post, we'll be able to interpolate those data structures directly into our paths, and Phoenix will pluck out the correct fields to use in the route. Oh, okay. It's warm outside. Notice how we don't need to interpolate user ID or post ID. Yep. Okay. Scope routes. Scopes are a way to group routes under a common path prefix and scope set of plugs. We might want to do this for admin functionality, APIs, and especially for version APIs. Let's say we have user-generated reviews, and that those reviews first need to be approved by an admin. The semantics of these resources are quite different, and they might not share the same controller. Scopes enable us to segregate these routes. Paths to the user-facing reviews would look like a standard resource. Yeah. The admin review paths can be prefixed with admins. Wait. Okay. We can accomplish this with the scope route. Sets a path option to admin like this one. We can nest the scope inside another scope, but instead let's set it by itself at the root. Okay, let's do that. In a router, we want a scope admin hello web helloweb.admin pipe through browser as per usual. Resources, reviews, and a review controller. Yeah, try mix routes again. There's the admin review stuff. There's a problem. Remember that we wanted both user-facing review routes reviews and the admin ones. If we now include the user-facing reviews in our router under the root scope like this, we get the output for each scoped thing. What? What if we had a number of resources that were all handled by ad? Well, hold on. We wanted both user-facing review routes and admin ones. Where's the problem? What if we had a number of resources that were all handled by admins? We could put all of them inside the same scope like this. Yeah. Note how every routing controller is properly namespaced. Yeah. They can also be nested. Wait, hold on. Wait. Is the problem just that we didn't do this yet? Is that the problem? Let me get rid of this stuff here for clarity. Yeah, I think that's what they meant by what the problem is that we don't have a non-admin reviews, so we add it, okay? Resources, images, image controller, resources, users, user controller. That's great. It's exactly what we want. Scopes can be arbitrarily nested. Do it carefully. It can make the code confusing and less clear. With that warning out of the way, suppose that we had a versioned API with resources defined for images, reviews, and users. Okay. You could set up routes for the versioned API like this. Okay. Sure. So you're gonna have probably a directory for v1 with a v1 ex file. Maybe. We're definitely gonna have these under a v1 directory. These controllers. Interestingly, we can use multiple scopes within the same path as long as we're careful not to duplicate routes. The following router is perfectly fine with 2 scopes defined for the same path. There's Hello Web. There's another app web. Right, they don't handle arbitrary things. I don't know why it's familiar, but I'll take their word for it. Okay. We got these pipes. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think it just defines like a series of plugs, right? Yeah. so that you don't have to repeat them in every thing. You just say, hey, do all the things for this pipeline. That's perfect. Once a route matches. Right, but this is my gripe with some, well, one of many gripes with some of this documentation. They don't make a distinction between, quite often, what is the framework doing for you, and what are you always doing with the framework, right? Like, Phoenix invokes all plugs defined in all pipelines associated with that route. It's like, yeah, but you've made the association quite explicitly. We got 2 pipelines. Customize them as well as create new pipelines to meet needs. Sure. Changes the behavior based on whether or not you're being invoked by browser or just data API. Six plugs in the browser pipeline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plug accepts HTML. Is that a... This is a... These are function plugs, presumably in router. Whoa. What's it complaining about here? Oh, all these controllers. There. Accepts defines the acceptor request format or formats. It has to be an HTML type request. Fetch session naturally fetches the session data and makes it available in the connection. Yeah. Fetch live flash. Fetches any flash messages from live view, merges them with the controller flash messages. Yeah. Then the plug put root layout. We'll store the root layout for rendering purposes. Okay, so this is where components layouts root. No, it's components layouts EX, which then embeds a thing defined, which embeds a thing which happens to be defined as root. And that's what we're looking for there. Okay. We'll store the root layout for rendering purposes. Later, protect from forgery and put secure browser headers. Protects from form posts from cross-site forgery. And then this is just accepts JSON. Okay. Well then, having a look at, now I'm curious, at in the components layouts, we have root, but where do we get app from? Right, where does this get pulled in? It's not here. Is it here? Maybe git or grep for :app. Whoa. There we go. Not in depths. Wait. It's just the root of this guy. Live view. No. Where does it get app from? Because if we look at root, right, there's all this stuff for the fancy live stuff. But then it's got this inner content, which is what? From the page controller. Right. Oh, it doesn't do the app layout. Okay. So if we were to have done render con home, it would look different. Instead, we're setting layout to false. So it's got that. Oh, okay. Do it again. Layout true. So is layout false? Oh. Not layout true, but layout app, I think. Okay. I think this is layout. Oh, come on. Layout app, right? No. Layout app? No. What is it then? Maybe we'll find out if we keep following the tutorial. The router invokes a pipeline on a route defined within a scope. Routes outside of a scope have no pipelines. Although the use of nested scopes is discouraged, if we call pipe through within a nested scope, it will first do parent and then nested, which makes sense. Once again, here's a new app. This time, API scope uncommented and a route added. Route added to here. When server accepts a request, the request will always first pass through the plugs in endpoint, after which it will attempt to match on the path and HTTP verb. Let's say the request matches our first route, a get to the root. It will first pipe that request through the browser pipeline. which will fetch the session data, fetch the flash, yeah. Execute forgery protection. And then dispatch to the home action. Conversely, suppose it matches any of the routes defined by resources macro. In that case, the router will pipe it through the API pipeline, which currently only performs content negotiation before it dispatches further to the correct action of the Hello Web review controller. Based on whatever the macro match that happened. If no route matches, no pipeline is invoked, and a 404 error is raised. Phoenix allows us to create our own custom pipelines anywhere in the router. To do so, we call the pipeline macro. Add them for the name and a block. Add them for the name and a block. With all the plugs we want. So an auth pipeline. And then we can pipe it through two things. Assumes there is a plug called Hello Web Authentication that performs authentication and is now part of the auth pipeline. Note that pipelines themselves are plugs, so we can plug a pipeline inside of another pipeline. For example, we could rewrite the auth pipeline to automatically invoke a browser, simplifying the downstream pipeline call. Okay. How to organize my routes. In Phoenix, we tend to define several pipelines that provide specific functionality. For example, browser and API pipelines are meant to be accessed by specific clients. I can make this bigger. For example, the browser and API pipelines are meant to be accessed by specific clients, browsers and HTTP clients, respectively. Perhaps more importantly, it's also very common to define pipelines specific to authentication and authorization. You might have a pipeline that requires all users are authenticated. Another pipeline may enforce only admin users can access certain routes. Once your pipelines are defined, you reuse the pipelines in the desired scopes, grouping your routes around their pipelines. For example, going back to your reviews, let's say anyone can read a review, but only authenticated users can create them. The routes could look like this. Yeah. Yeah, but then doesn't this kill the use of the resources macro? Should we like never want to use that? I guess you can say accept whatever and then only whatever. So you don't have to type it all. Type every route individually. Guess that makes sense. Then there's the forward macro. Used to send all requests that start with a particular path to a particular plug. Let's say we have a part of our system that is responsible for running jobs in the background. It could have its own web interface for checking the status of jobs. Forward from where to where? This means that all routes starting with jobs will be sent to the Hello Web background job plug module. Inside the plug, you can match on subroutes. Yeah, we can even mix forward with pipelines. If we wanted to ensure that the user was authenticated and was an administrator in order to see the jobs page, we could do the following in our router. Okay. This means that, yeah, so pipe it through the stuff, and assuming the pipes don't halt, then forward. Yeah. The ops that are received in the init callback of the module plug can be passed as a third argument. For example, maybe the background job lets you set the name of your application to be displayed on the page. You could pass this like this. I guess. There's a fourth router ops argument that could be passed. Outline here. Okay. Now, don't I want to see forward? Yeah. Not the scope, but to forward. This one. Yeah, there's a fourth router. Oh, maybe it's defined in scope though. What the options are. Router opts, yeah. We don't advise forwarding to another endpoint. Yeah. That makes sense, because endpoints do kind of global, definitely one-time things. Okay, yeah. So the... You got a path, a plug ops, like that, and then a router ops, which could be any one of these. So this can rewrite the path, maybe? Or do a particular path of a different router? Okay. The background job plug could be a module plug. Yeah. Don't do it to another endpoint, meaning like different application running at the same time, potentially. A different router would be fine, but a different plug is also fine. Yeah, could it... Is it forwarding to another router? How would you do that? Not sure. Alright, summary. We got our routes with the get or a post or whatever verb name. Routes declared with resources expand to 8 clauses of the match function. Okay, they should define what this is in the summary. The match function, which is like this abstract thing you don't see, it just exists in the compiled state because these macros generate something in there. Yeah. Resources may restrict the number of match function clauses by using the only or except options. Any of these routes may be nested. Any of these routes may be scoped to a given path. Using verified routes with ~p. Cool. Controllers. But yeah, speaking of ~p, I've got to take a break. How do I do this? I've been doing this with a term down here. Be back in what, 5 minutes? Yeah. I will be right back. Well, that was a little bit longer than I intended. But that is the way. I should probably learn how to use term down. Oh. Long options only. Okay. Whence term down, actually? Okay, it's like an actual package. Yeah. Okay, give it a time. In seconds or minutes? So if I say I'm gonna be gone for 5 minutes. No, that's 5 seconds. 5M? Let's see, 5M. Yeah, okay. That's what I want. And presumably it keeps going, so say, to 1. Oh, but then it dies. But I want it to go negative instead of just dying. Term down. What? Do it again. This time with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Stopwatch mode reset. With voice. I have e-speak, right?
Hello. 3, 2, 1, 0.
You can't hear it, but yeah, fonts. Yeah, I want a I'm gonna set a I might do a PR for this. Because I'd like it to do the countdown. And then count up after that. I'll make myself a to-do for this. Yeah, so make PR to term down that counts up after that continues counting after expiration. I want that. Right, just so you can see how late someone is past their supposed time to return. Okay. Now where the heck were we? We were banning some loser / bot. And reading about controllers. All right. Okay. Okay. Phoenix controllers act as intermediary modules. Ruling about controllers now. Their functions, called actions, are invoked from the router in response to HTTP requests. Actions, in turn, gather all necessary data and perform all the necessary steps before invoking the view layer to render a template or return a JSON response. They also build on the plug package and are themselves plugs. They provide the functions to do almost anything we need to in an action. If we do find ourselves looking for something that Phoenix controllers don't provide, we might find what we're looking for in plug itself. Please see the plug guide or the plug documentation for more info. I'll have to keep that in mind. Let's pin this here. A newly generated Phoenix app will have a single controller named Page Controller, which can be found there, and it looks like this. The first line before the module definition invokes using of the Hello Web module, sure. Import some useful modules. Page Controller gives us the home action to display the Phoenix welcome page associated with the default route that Phoenix defines in the router. Actions are just functions. We can name them anything we like, as long as they follow the naming rules. Sure. The only requirement we must fulfill is that the action name matches a route defined in the router. For example, well, can you not make arbitrary functions? It just wouldn't be an action, right? For example, in router, we could change the action name in the default route that Phoenix gives us in a new app from home to index. As long as we change the action name in Page Controller to index as well, the welcome page will load as before. Okay, so here's what we have. So, okay, so router. Let's get rid of this stuff. Change this from home to index. That means that in here, we're renaming this from home to index. But we can keep this as home. And it'll continue to work. But if we change this to index, it will not. Because in Hello Web, in controllers, if I can remember how to type, we have a page HTML called home that we will want to name to index.html.heeks. And now this works. Got it. Alright, this fails because we didn't. It didn't tell us to rename that, so. Okay. Well, we can name our actions whatever we like. There are conventions. From the routing guide. Well, for resources there are, yeah. Each action takes 2 parameters, the connection and some params. First parameter is always con. More detailed information can be found in the plug con documentation. The second parameter is params. Holds anything passed along in the HTTP request. Okay, so is that like the oh god, what are they called? They're not just called param, but like the stuff that you they are called query parameters. It's like question foo equals bar. That's a query parameter. It is a good practice to pattern match against parameters in the function signature to provide data in a simple package we can pass on to rendering. Yep, we did see this when we added a messenger parameter to show. In some cases, we don't care about parameters because our behavior doesn't depend on them. In those cases, we don't use the incoming parameters and simply prefix the variable name with an underscore, calling it params. Keeps the compiler from complaining about an unused variable while keeping the correct arity. Rendering. You can render content in several ways. Simplest is to render plain text with text. Oh no, I deleted hello controller though. I guess I can recreate it real fast. Let's see if I remember how to do it. This is a test. No cheating. No cheating. Here's our router. I'm going to do a get hello controller index and get hello messenger hello controller show. Then I'm gonna create in controllers hello controller ex def module hello web dot hello controller do and use hello web controller and then no, def show, well, def index con empty param, and then just do, I'll just try this text thing, so hello world, and then show, which has a messenger value we map from param. Kind of like that. And then there's a render con show. So hello, right? Then there's a hello HTML ex def module hello web dot hello HTML. Do end. Oh no, I need to cheat. Page HTML. Whoops. Okay, yeah, this is all caps. I thought that. Use hello web HTML. Embed templates. Hello HTML. Right, and then we'll control index HTML.heeks. I think this is what it had me do before, and we'll do the same thing for show HTML heeks, except that, oh, it's already there, except that we're gonna write messenger in there. And the difference is really almost entirely in the fact that in the controller, I think we need to pass this, right? Does that work? Probably not. Bring back the output here. Undefined function text. Okay. Maybe don't do that. Render con index. Okay. Back here. We'll go to hello. And it says hello world. And then if we go to hello, aha. What did I screw up? Was it the format? Oh. Can do that. No? Alright, we gotta go back in time. Request lifecycle. Hello controller. Index. Hello web controller. index comparams render con index, sure, and that's working. We got that working too. We got this working too. Inner content, sure. A router, a new page. Hello messenger, hello controller, show. Yeah. Then we created the action, show, con, messenger, so we can dispense with this. Show, oh, okay, and then we assign the value there. Is that it? Is that it? Yeah, okay. Right, good. Let me see that error again, so I... Cannot render template Jose. Why is it attempting to render template Jose? Let me look at the function render, which is in controller. Phoenix controller render template assigns. Template, maybe an atom or a string. If an atom renders that, dictionary with the assigns to be used in the view, they're merged and have higher precedence than connection assigns. Why is it yeah, why is it looking for a template named Jose? Yeah. Yeah, what is it? EX1. No. There's my endpoint. And it doesn't really show the lines well. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, because we call renderer. And when is binary template and is map assigns or is list assigns. Split template. Split template. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused by the error. I don't know why. This... Is it because it's interpreting it as like... as this? Do I get the same error? No. See? without format. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to learn more about Elixir, I think. Okay, what else we got? Back to the browser here. Okay, we're swapping it out for the text form. Wait, didn't we do text before already? Let's rewrite show to do just text, yeah. So let's get you normal size here. Show, instead of doing that, text. Give it the connection from messenger, and then string interpolation of that guy. So now, no HTML whatsoever. This is not what I want. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. A step beyond this is rendering pure JSON with the JSON function. Okay, so instead of that, let's do JSON. And we got to create a map here. ID, messenger, and that should Frank. Cool. Okay. We need to pass it that. Okay. We get this back, sure. Useful for writing APIs. There's also the HTML function for rendering HTML, but most of the time we use Phoenix views. That's why render exists. Let's roll back the show action. Yeah. Roll it back. Whoop. Roll it back. Controller and view must share the same root name. Specify where the templates live, sure. Yeah, I guess back to my gripe. This is something you do, right? It's not like this isn't exactly required because you write the code for hello html.ex, which pulls that in, right? It could very well be. I think you can not do this and instead define index with what do they call these? Attachments? Attributes? What was it called? That was in here. Yeah, assigns. And in fact, it showed this. Right? That's my point, is that, like, yes, this requires this, but this does not require the existence of this unless you've included this code. In fact, it could be named anything you want. So, misleading, right? It just, yeah. It's like, hey, you have to think about this, or you don't have to think about this, because we always just do it this way, even though you could do it however you want. I already forgot what they called it. Assigns. 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 Can I remember that? Assigns. Assigns. Okay. Pass values. If we need to pass values into the template when using render, that's easy. We can pass a keyword like we've seen with Messenger, or we can use assign, which conveniently returns con. Okay. So this is a different thing now. So we've got con. What do they like to do? New line here for this. Plug con dot assign and render show. Okay. That was a thing I saw briefly. Because it was saying that anything you pass in here will override anything that's already been assigned on the connection. So assign works fine. So we can just do this. Okay. You can simply connect some assign functions together, or you can pass it directly to render instead. Generally speaking, once everything's configured, invoke the view layer, then renders show HTML alongside the layout, and a response is sent back to the browser. Components and Heeks templates have their own guide. We'll get to that after we look at plug. New rendering formats. Rendering HTML through a template is fine, but what if we need to change the rendering format on the fly? Let's say that sometimes we need HTML, sometimes we need plain text, and sometimes we need JSON. Then what? What do we mean on the fly? And also, when is sometimes? Per request? The view's job is not only to render HTML templates. They're about data presentation. Given a bag of data, the view's purpose is to present that in a meaningful way, given some format, be it HTML, JSON, CSV, or others. Many web apps return JSON to remote clients, and Phoenix views are great for JSON rendering. As an example, take the page controller's home action from a newly generated app. Out of the box, this has the right view page HTML, the embedded templates from page HTML, and the right template for rendering HTML. Yeah. What it doesn't have is a view for rendering JSON. Phoenix controller hands off to a view module to render templates, and it does so per format. We already have a view for the HTML format, but we need to instruct Phoenix how to render the JSON format as well. You can see which formats your controller support in Hello Web EX. Eh? Phoenix.controller. Formats, HTML, JSON. Layouts, HTML. There's a get text backend, sure. So out of the box, it will look for HTML and JSON view modules based on the request format and the controller name. We can also explicitly tell Phoenix in our controller which views to use for each format. For example, what Phoenix does by default can be explicitly set with the following in your controller. So like put view HTML hello web. Wait. Page controller. It's this. Plug, put view. HTML. Page HTML. For JSON, use hello web page JSON. But it does this by default. Okay, so we just need to create a page, instead of a page HTML, a page JSON module. Hello web.page JSON do end and def home. No assigns here, and we're just saying render, pass this to the JSON library with a message that says this is some JSON. So just return a map and that'll automatically get JSON dictionarified, which is cool. Let's see. I don't know why I went into the console. I just need to look at this page. But how do I make a request that sets the header to JSON? Can I do that with here? No. Do I need to use curl? Curl, help. Man, curl. What do we call this? Type? No. It's not a type. JSON format. PEM format. No. Not cookie. Not cookie. Alright. HTTP headers. What are these called? Is it this? The accept headers? Content type. Does it tell me how to do it? Oh, okay. There is more to do. We need to change the router. Browser. I don't know that I... Well, we don't really want to do this, but that's fine. And then open up. Yeah. Formats on the fly with the format query string parameter. Okay. That's what we want. So then hit it with the old format JSON. Why didn't that work? Does not define index. Oh, is it because I called it home, not index? Okay. There we go. HTML. HTML. What's the default? I am a browser, so that should be the default. What if I do this? And then try to do... Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, in practice you use two distinct pipelines. If none of the rendering options above quite fits our needs, we can compose our own using some of the functions that Plug gives us. Let's say we want to send a 201 and no body. We can do that with send response. Okay. Do page controller. Instead of doing this, send response 201. Blank string. So we'll follow what it says before it does anything. Refresh. Here's our 201. What if we make it say bar? Refresh. Oh, what the hell is this? How strange. It's a little turtle. Interesting. Very strange. Okay, since you don't set the content type, it'll download the response to be specific about the content type. We can set that, so use con and set put response content type text plain. Oh, and then we can get rid of the first parameter there because the pipeline passes it in. So there. Now we do this, we'll get a plain text response. And then if we say hello world, this is plain text. And then refresh that. We just get plain text. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Don't know when I'd ever use specifically that, but this is good. Good to know. Okay. So now we're back here. We can get back to our normal stuff. And okay. Yeah, we've just done this. Oh, except this changes the behavior of render because it looks at... Does it? Maybe. We see the MIME library. gzip. Returns extensions associated with a given MIME type. Wait, where are the Is there a list of them? Not in here. Yeah, that's not particularly useful. Because does it even link to the source code? It does. There it is. OGG PDF PostScript. application JSON. All right, setting status. Yeah, we have sort of done that already with the direct response, but we can set that in with the normal response. Let's try that. So we can take con, pipe that into put status 202, which I don't actually know what that is. HTTP status codes. What would be 202 accepted? Right, all that still works. We got a 202. Slow server response. Yeah, I think it's from the compilation. Possibly my disk being slow. It's about time to think about replacing all that stuff on this machine. Okay. Not what I wanted to look at. Friendly name. Yeah, what is the atoms you can use? So like for 202 would be accepted. Okay. Okay. Yep. Must be a valid number. What does that mean? Like, can we put in like 199? I don't think that's a real code. Aha! That's what it means. Okay. Redirection. Often we need to redirect to a new URL in the middle of a request. A successful create action, for instance, will usually redirect to the show action for the resource we just created. Alternately, it could redirect to the index action to show all the things of the same type. Other cases where this is useful, whatever the circumstance, there's a handy redirect function to make redirection easy. It differentiates between redirecting to a path within the application and redirecting to a URL, whether within or external to our application. In order to try out redirect, let's create a new route. Okay. So back in router, let's create a new route. So get redirect test. Page controller redirect test. So back in page controller, def redirect test, con and params. Right? And now we can redefine this to redirect our connection to our path redirect test. Oh, 2. Okay. Using verified routes, yeah. Home. Aha, so instead of doing this there, we can do it here. Con. Now reload the welcome page. And we end up over here. So wait, what's the order? Do this, we get a 302, and then we get a redirect test. And then there's a bunch of resources that we load. Okay. When we reload the welcome page, we've been redirected to redirect test, which shows the original welcome page. It works. Yeah, we see 302. A redirect function takes con, as well as a string representation of the relative path within our application. Is that what that was? Yeah, so the 2 option can only redirect to paths within your application. If you want to redirect to a fully qualified path or an external URL, use external instead. Okay, so instead of that, we would do external to elixirlang.org. There we go. Cool. Cool. Get rid of that. Go back. Awesome. Cool. I feel slightly accomplished. Even though I've done nothing of actual value, and presumably nothing very interesting at all to my viewer. But I'm learning a bunch of stuff, so that's fine. Let's see. Flash messages. Sometimes we gotta communicate to a user. Error welcome. Yep. Put flash. Putting them into the @flash assign in the connection. Let's set 2 flash messages in page controller and try this out. Okay, so we're going back to the classic, getting rid of redirect. Okay. So hit me with the put flash an error that says, let's pretend we have an error. We've already got a flash group on our welcome page, which is index.html.heeks flash. It's right up there, right up top. Flash group, flash at flash. We load the home page. Error. Let's pretend we have an error. There it goes. We pretended. This is handy when mixed with redirects. Perhaps you want to redirect to a page with some extra information. If we reuse the redirect action from the previous section, we could... I just deleted it. Put flash. Let's pretend we have an error. And then we redirect. What was the parameter? I know there's this. I remember this. P for redirect test. Oh, okay. Put flash error. Error. But now we need, yeah, so it's saying, hey, there's no routes. So back in router. Come on. Redirect test. Redirect test. Put flash redirect. Okay, that's cool. So we can flash here and it'll carry it through the redirect. There's another useful function worth knowing about called clear flash. Removes any flash messages which might be stored in the session. Does not enforce which keys are stored in the flash. As long as we're internally consistent, all will be well. Info and error, however, are common and are handled by default in our templates. Alright. Where are we at? We're at the bottom. Error pages. Phoenix has two views called error HTML and error JSON, which live in the controllers. There they are. The purpose of these views is to handle errors in a general way for incoming HTML and JSON requests. Similar to the views we built in this guide, error views can return both HTML and JSON responses. See the custom error pages how-to. Where's that? Oh, way down here. Okay. Let's check it out. They look like this. I see. But does that only work in like release mode? Because if I hit nonsense, I get no route found. But it doesn't really show the 404 page. Unless this is the string. Okay. Okay, so we can jump into config dev exs and turn debug errors false so we can actually see the error page. So, what is it called? Dev exs and debug errors to false, and then we can hit nonsense page. Failed to compile. Why? Ah, okay. You must restart your server if you change that file. So now we can hit the root, redirect test. We're pretending we have an error. But then if we go to LOL, but not found. Okay. Cool. Let's kill that and undo this change. Yeah, we must restart the server. See what we get. The answer is it comes from here, and we can replace it with, yeah, okay. The comment in there is quite useful in terms of that. But then yes, custom exceptions. Exceptions are represented as structs. We need to define a new module, error in the name, define a new exception with def exception. And you can raise a new exception like that. Exceptions are 500 errors. However, there is a plug exception protocol where we're able to customize the status and add actions that exception structs can return on the debug error page. Okay. Yeah, so we can customize the behavior like this. Actionable errors. Label and handler. Things will display an error if you have pending migrations. Will provide a button on the error page to perform the pending migrations. When debug errors is set to true, they are rendered in the error page as a collection of buttons and follow this format. If you wanted to do that, you could. I don't think we're gonna need any of that. We're not gonna need a lot of this stuff. I think we will need components and heeks. Has the wind calmed down? It's a windy day. Components and Heeks. We have gone through a lot of the guides. So let's talk about... Wait. Why does it say controllers? That's not where we are. Interesting. Components and Heeks. I have gone through this. I have done all those things. Yeah, so I think I want to get through to Ecto. I don't think we need to get that far even. Where's my little... I had a to-do. We need to get the backend set up. So we need the schema to exist, I think. And in fact, HTTP. Yeah, there's an HTTP client in there. In the ESP development kit thing, I forgot what it's called. Development framework? Yeah, what is IDF? I'm not sure they ever define it. IoT development framework. Yeah. So here it is. Embed TLS, URL configuration, yada yada yada. We'll make a connection. I don't know that we'll need to worry about authentication. We'll get there. But yeah, we just want to dump some data with HTTP. Using the secure element, I don't... Maybe. I want to preserve battery as well. So we'll have to figure that out. Whether we need any of the authentication stuff. I mean, I'm not too worried about it on my home network. But it remains to be seen. Yeah. Regardless, application examples. Let's take a look at that. Wi-Fi. Format scripts. Yada yada yada. Main. IDF component stuff. Here's the code. Buffer. There's a lot of code in here. So, event handler. And there's an error on connected. We don't do anything. Here's just a bunch of logging on data. Wait, I thought this was a client. Oh, no. I mean, we're gonna get a response, right? So, I think that's what this is. We'll get data as a response, then we'll get finish, and then we'll get disconnected. Potentially redirect. Where is main? There. Non-volatile storage, flash init, sure. Erase some stuff. Then do network interface init. Create an event loop. Example connect. Where's that? Is that in here? No. Here. If we're on Linux, this just calls the function. If we're not on Linux, this creates a free RTOS task. Yeah. Which is just HTTP test task. Rest with URL. Hostname path. We've got basic auth, do that. Check digests, sure. Do the query. Relative redirect, absolute redirect. What are all these functions doing? This like does everything. Yeah, what the heck? These are all just examples. Each one is one thing. Partial download. Yeah, what? What all is this doing? Alright, so here's an async. Postman echo. Postman root cert. So we're going to post this data. Set field, yeah. ESP HTTP client perform. That comes from here. And the client has been initialized, created from here with a given config of all this stuff. Set methods, set fields, then perform. If it says do it again, we'll do it again. Until we get either OK or some error. If we get OK, log it. Cleanup. Close the connection. Then reinit. This time with is async. This is true as well. Does the async mean just that this doesn't hang? Yeah, it doesn't block. Yeah. So you could call this, do other stuff, come back and call it again till it's done. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, this could just be plain text data. It doesn't have to be a paragraph of plain text. We can say, well, do we need to set like a header that says what kind of data it is? The content? I'm not sure we do. Yeah. But I think let's get through this, because this'll this is just... I was just checking to make sure we can send... we just send an HTTP request to an endpoint on our little server from the machine, so we can... I think there's a way to run ESP32 programs on Linux as if they were other machines, so you can test them that way. But I'll have to figure that out. For the moment, we gotta get through components, and then ecto, and then I think... What is contexts? I don't know that we care about that, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure. We just gotta get through. Probably up to here. Alright. Components and Heeks. Takes a pipeline. It takes a request, routes it to controller, calls a view module to render the template. The view interface from the controller is simple. The controller calls a view function with the connections assigns, '(s) assigns, and the function's job is to return a Heeks template. We call any function that accepts an assigns parameter and returns a Heeks template a function component. Function components are defined with the help of the Phoenix component module. Function components are the essential building block for any kind of markup-based template rendering you'll perform in Phoenix. They serve as a shared abstraction for the standard MVC controller-based applications, live view applications, layouts, and smaller UI definitions you'll use throughout other templates. We'll recap how components were used in previous chapters and find new use cases for them. We did in fact create this. Let's open it up. So, what is it called? Show HTML. This template is embedded as part of the Hello HTML thingy. There are only 2 lines. This one, which calls the HTML function defined in Hello Web, which sets up the basic imports and configuration for our function components and templates. Okay, let me look at that. So, Hello Web, and we call HTML. There it is. Forgot what quote does, but do. Elixir quote keyword. Metaprogramming. So internally, the code is represented as tuples. Here's a 3-element tuple. Here's the function sum. Don't know what that is. And then this is the list of parameters. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So, calls this function, sets up the basic imports and configuration for our function components and templates. Is it because I don't know what use does. Is that also a built-in thing? I don't know. Maybe we don't need to care. All of the imports and aliases we make in our module will also be available in our templates. All of the imports and aliases we make in our module, in this module, will also be available in our templates. That's because templates are effectively compiled into functions inside of their respective modules. Yeah. Imagine we want to refactor show to move the rendering of that into its own function. We can move it to a function component inside hello HTML. Let's do so. So, what if we get rid of that? There we go. Yes, back in hello HTML. What is this? Attribute. Messenger. String. Required. True. Def greet given and assigns. So a function that takes and assigns is how we're defining a function component. This is a function component. Right? Where did I read that? Did we read that? Call any function that accepts and assigns parameter and returns a Heeks template of function component. Yeah. So back here, there's greet, takes and assigns, and we return a Heeks sigil thing. Hello world from @messenger. Okay. Now is this looking at this? Or is it looking at that? I don't know. Hello. Hello. Oh, did we kill it? I did. Hello world, yeah, yeah. And then if I do that, but I didn't change. I didn't yet actually change the template, so then we change, yeah, the show peaks thing. And then instead of H2 here, because we got H2 in here, then we're just going to include that with this magic dot syntax. There's our function component. Oh, and it defines... Okay, so this defines that and how it's required. Okay, okay. Okay. Then if we try this, hello Fred. From Fred. And one of the things I always do, I try to do this all the time. Oops. Is to just do something that shows what I'm affecting where. So, yeah. The magic of the live stuff that's going on there. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. So a function can be a component for the template. And this attribute is part of how it gets used. If the component was defined elsewhere, we can also type... Well, not if it was defined elsewhere, but if you were trying to use it elsewhere. Right, because the component is defined by the function. By declaring attributes as required, Phoenix will warn at compile time if we call the Greek component without passing attributes. If an attribute is optional, you can specify the default option with a value. Okay. Excuse me. Attribute messenger string not required, but we can set a default to nil, which will do what? No. We could do hello Fred. Hello from Fred. Oh, but then in here it would just say hello. Okay. Oh, yeah, get rid of it. Set that again, but if we do this, compile error. Key messenger not found. It's expecting it to be found, but it's not. Cool. Hey, what's up, Jake? We're memeing. Let's see. Back to... Quick example, showing different roles function components in Phoenix. There are functions that receive assigns and call the H sigil. They can be embedded from template files. They can declare which attributes are expected, invalidated at compile time. You can render them from controllers, and they can be directly rendered from other function components. And there's more. These feel like two different things, though. Like this whole thing feels different from just this. Unless I can use... Right, like if well, let me just try it. It's the wrong one. Hello HTML index. Can I do show like that? Show conflicts with local function. Yeah, why? Maybe they are the same? Jumping back, yes. Maybe they are the same. Wait, what happened? No, I broke it. How did I break it? Hello? Should just say hello world. What the heck? What? It is though. I made it. Why is it yelling at me? Now I'm annoyed. What the heck did I do? So here's hello controller. Here's hello HTML. Here's the contents of this directory. So it should be looking for index. There it is. Then it should be looking for show, which invokes the greet, which is this function, which returns that, which looks for the messenger. But we're not even getting that far. Okay. So that's the works, but then this does not. Oh, nar. Hello. No. Did I mess up the router? No. So what the... Yeah, what? Undefined function greet? Okay. What changed? Literally nothing. Yeah, what? Oh, was it because of this guy? How do I get it to ignore those files? Let's see. Elixir, Phoenix, ignore temporary files. Modify the regex in config dev. I gotta find a regex in here to watch. Is it this? Oh, live reload patterns. Here we go. Eeks and heeks. So instead of a dot, is we match every character that is not a hash. Because I think that's what confused it. And because I changed this particular file, I have to restart the server. Okay, so now, if I go back in here, if I say greetings, it's not going to change until I hit save. Cool. Okay. So it seems to me one of the points of these component things is that they can be reused. So what if I want to do like I did with show here and define my own component, as a file. So if I wanted to like include the index in here, right, like I should be able to do that.
Here we go.
And it works. Okay. Didn't I try doing that before? Was it because it was missing? Now it's saying conflicts with local function. The index. No? That's weird. I've rebroken it again. Have I? I have. That's so bizarre. Macro shit? I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay. Let's talk about Heeks. Yeah, elixir expressions. Yep. Interpolate arbitrary Heeks blocks using Heeks's interpolation at symbol to access the key inside assigns. If you invoke this, you can access username as @username. In addition to displaying assigns and functions, we can use pretty much any elixir expression. For example, in order to have conditionals, we got to do these. This is, and remember the question mark is a convention. That just means this returns like a Boolean. So if some condition, do the condition is true, else the condition is false. We could do loops as well. For a number from 1 through 10. Do that. I did not notice the use of the percent equals versus the percents. I assume it's like when you're doing PHP or ASP stuff, this'll spit out the results. Wait. That doesn't make sense. All expressions that output something to the template must use the equal sign. If this is not included, the code will still be executed, but nothing will be... Okay. Okay. Kind of a weird thing. Okay. Besides allowing elixir expressions, Heeks templates come with HTML-aware extensions. So if you try to put raw HTML in there, you'll see the literal less than and greater than signs. That means users can't inject HTML content on the page. If you want to allow them to do so, call raw. Then you're raw dogging HTML. Another superpower is the validation of HTML and interpolation syntax of attributes. Validation of HTML and interpolation syntax of attributes. So we got a div with the title, a class called class, and we give it a username. Notice how you could simply use key, Heeks value, Heeks automatically handles special values to remove the attribute or a list of classes. Okay. If you've got a keyword list or map, you can just throw that in there and it knows what to do. If you screw up your HTML, it'll warn you about it. So if you do like that, unmatched, got H3 instead. Oh, okay. Section, suction. Why does it do this? Now I'm getting pissed off. Is that a bug? It's gotta be some kind of bug. Anyway, that's annoying. Oops. Heeks also supports shorthand syntax for if and for via the special : if and for attributes. Okay. Likewise, for comprehensions can be written as : for equals comprehension. Cool, 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 cool. Layouts are just function components. They are defined in a module. Just like all other function component templates in a newly generated app. This is layouts.ex. You'll also find a layouts folder with 2 built-in layouts. There's the root and the app. You may be wondering how the string resulting from a rendered view ends up inside a layout. Good question. If we look at root, you see this. Okay, so magic. Got it. This Phoenix controller module provides put root layout, which allows us to switch root layouts. Keyword lists of formats and their layouts. You can set it to false to disable the layout altogether. You can edit the index action of hello controller to look like this. To get rid of the root layout. No, what's it called? Hello controller. I'll do that. Put root layout. False. And pipe that to the renderer. So that won't do the root layout. But then when it does, okay. To customize, invoke put layout. Let's actually create another layout and render the index template into it. Let's say we had a different layout for the admin section, which didn't have the logo. To do this, copy the existing app to a new admin file in the same directory. Okay. So, hello lib, hello web, layouts. No? Where is it? Oh, components. Layouts. Can I copy from here? Yes. Copy app to admin HTML heeks. Remove everything inside header tags. Or change it to whatever you want. Yeah, what was it before? Don't need the logo. Well, I definitely don't need all this social media stuff. So get rid of that. But then we gotta use it. So let's just get rid of everything. And so here, root layout, admin will now use the admin layout. Whack. Whack. Oh, put. Yeah. There it is. Okay. Now root layout. Layout. Keep the root. Okay. Cool. At this point you may be wondering, why does Phoenix have two layouts? First of all, gives us flexibility. In practice, we'll hardly have multiple root layouts as they often contain only HTML headers. This allows us to focus on different application layouts with only the parts that changes between them. Second of all, Phoenix ships with a feature called Live View, which allows us to build rich and real-time user experiences with server-rendered HTML. Live View is capable of dynamically changing the contents of the page, but it only ever changes the app layout, never the root layout. Okay. Core components. In a new Phoenix application, you'll also find core components. This module is a great example of defining function components to be reused throughout your application. This guarantees that as our application evolves, our components will look consistent. If you look inside def HTML You will see core components are automatically imported into all HTML views via the use. Okay, let me look at that again then. Hello web.ex HTML. Unquote HTML helpers, which is this, which does get text stuff, core components, and then verified routes stuff. Okay. Core components plays an important role in Phoenix code generators, as the code generators assume these components are available in order to quickly scaffold your application, explore those things, and read the official components documentation. What are you? Core UI components. Default components use Tailwind. There's some icons. What else? We got a modal. How do we use it? We have these flash thingies. They should already be built in. We got Flash Group, which is different from Flash. A simple form with inputs. We got buttons. We got more input related stuff. Yeah, all this complexity for those. A label. Okay, so these are like magic versions of HTML. List. Oh, wait. Header. What is a header? It's different from head, right? HTML header. Introductory content, navigational aids. Okay. Table. Give it a column. So it'll magically unfurl. Come on. It'll magically unfurl the users in a list, make them available, grabbing their ID. Oh, make them available as singular user? No. Yes. And then that and that are kind of redundant. Or this gets passed in so it's available here. Okay. Okay. List. Sure. Navigation. Hero icon. And some JS commands. I assume these are our kind of internal stuff. Translating errors, okay. There's a bunch of stuff in there. Neato. Finally, Ecto. But before I do that, I need a couple minutes. I will be back. Back in 2 minutes. How'd I do? I just realized while I was making pee that I could just run term down after the time. So actually I don't know what does it return? It just beeps. Okay, so I can do... and then start counting up. That's what I want to do next time. So I'll have to do Ecto later because dinner. But I might do that later tonight because I got a different capture doohickey. And my plan is to use my laptop, connect up all the stuff, and then just capture an HDMI of the one screen that I use anyway, and then have it do all the compositing, and then let this computer do the development. That way, hopefully, the frame rate stuff is not an issue. So both frame rates and the bit rate is what I'm more concerned about. But we'll see. So next time on Jost becomes a web developer, I'll work on that. So Tuesday, I'll be back to doing some game dev on Tuesday. But then maybe tonight I'll go through more of this after I set up try to get the new setup going, do a test run. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the VOD. I think that's how I get most of my views. Follow if you aren't. Trying to get to at least 20 followers. And then I can tick one of the boxes on the path to affiliate. Yeah. Catch y'all homies on the flip side.